Good afternoon. I call Committee of Supply Section C to order. We are meeting today to continue consideration of the estimates of the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure. I now recognize the Minister to move the vote.
Thank you, Chair, and I move vote number 43, resolve that a sum not exceeding $948,948,000 be granted to Her Majesty to defray the expenses of the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure, Ministry operations to the 31st of March 2022. And I will turn the floor over to the transportation critic.
Thank you, Minister. I now recognize the member for Vancouver-Langara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've had significant exchanges, and we've also provided to the Minister and his office the update in terms of the schedule of topics and for today's lineup, including the major topics, plus the topics for the local MLAs as well for today and through the balance of tomorrow. Hope that will facilitate the conversation that in the time that we have, and we'll look forward to all of that discussion. So just to lead off in this next section, of course the Minister and his office have been very good at facilitating some of the briefings that I've been able to attend with the member from Caribou North, Caribou-Chilcotin, and Nechako Lakes, and those are the three MLAs now that will talk to the Minister about some of their concerns and questions relating to side roads in their region. So over to the MLA for Caribou North.
The member for Caribou North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I want to sincerely thank the members for this opportunity to raise the concerns of the members' constituents for Caribou North. I think it's important. I have limited time, and I want to effectively be able to utilize this time to represent the constituents of Caribou North. I think in context, it's important to make opening remarks with the fact that I just looked at Drive BC, and to understand exactly as of today, this discussion, the impact of roads that are currently being challenged in Caribou North. And if you look at the Caribou Travel Advisory, we have 8 roads currently closed, 89 roads that are impacted, and that does not include a number of the roads that impact constituents, such as Radio Range Road and other roads that I do think it's important to raise and discuss here. So significant impact in the Caribou North with our road infrastructure. And so I'm going to start with a petition I just raised in the legislature, and that is a petition with 78 signatures from Likely and Region. And I do want to note that there were far more signatures, but unfortunately the Big Lake store burnt down recently, and there was a lot of people who had signed the petition there. But the first question is, the petitioners are requesting to repave Likely Road. It is deteriorating by the day, and action is required this summer. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, will we actually see repaving of Likely Road this year?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question, and thank you to her passing on information that's been really important to ministry staff who have set up a command center in her region to deal with a very high water freshet season this year, coming on the heels of a very wet winter season that also was threatening and damaging roads. As she knows, we have 200 personnel in the region that we have moved there from other district offices to deal with the Caribou flooding situation and get onto roads that we can repair immediately. And people have been working through long weekends. Contractors have been working into the evening. We've hired locals to supply their equipment to add to the capacity to respond to that. I just wanted to say that at the outset because she and her colleagues and Caribou Regional District in particular have been very helpful to the efforts of the ministry to be able to respond in a way that that will take into account the very extraordinary challenges that the Caribou Road Network has experienced. In regards to Likely BC and the road that is in question here, I'm advised that at this point in the season, we are going to do extensive maintenance on the road, and it is scheduled for to be entirely repaved next year.
Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. And I do want to thank the staff and the minister. It has been a significantly challenging several years. 200 roads last year, 150 this year, and so I guess my question through you, Mr. Chair, through the minister. These are obviously the damage that is happening is beyond the scope of the quantified report plans that are being put forward by the maintenance contractors. So when we see these types of challenges that have happened in the last few years, where does that money come from? Are those emergency funds that come out of the ministry, or are these funds that on the extraordinary level of impact in the regions, are those the requirement of the district maintenance contract to pick up?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And to the member, so the types of repair that will be done, there are some that will be done by the contractor that are in the scope of what the contractor is compensated for. So both MCON and Dawson in the region in question. And then for additional money that is necessary for emergency repairs, the ministry funds that from preservation funds that are built into the budget. Last year, she may recall, about $30 million of Caribou-specific emergency road repair funds were expended. We believe we're on track for another $30 million in emergency repairs this year, and then we have some proactive resiliency funding that is going to go into the region that will help with things like riprap, culvert expansion programs, scour, as well as drainage improvements in the effort to avoid some recurring flooding problems in the areas that we repair as we go.
Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister. I think what is also critically important is how we engage the federal government. I think when you start looking at the scope of the challenges that we've certainly seen, it's critically important that the federal government becomes a part of the solution and the investment. And so through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, last year over 200 roads were impacted in the region, and a lot of those impact, a lot of the work, what ended up happening what happens on the ground is when you have these significant events, it really does impact the work that the maintenance contract can do out of their quantified plans. So things, whether it's culvert repairs or sometimes things definitely shift in the plans, and then we find ourselves the next year in significant challenges. And a lot of the issues that we faced this year, when you look at Horsefly, road, particularly that culvert was supposed to be replaced last year, but I recognize there was all these challenges. And then, not only do you have not necessarily just a culvert replacement, now you have a very expensive, significant repair. I'm not a road engineer, but I'm certainly somebody that listens closely to constituents and has certainly been tracking this over a number of years. And so I was very surprised if you look, I think, at page 157 in the budget document and looking at your service plan, where it notes that the Ministry of Transportation is the lead negotiator for the next round of federal provincial infrastructure programs and is also responsible for the negotiations with the disaster financial assistance funds with the federal government. If you look in the budget document this year, there's $0 going to disaster financial assistance. I've certainly followed up with, a number of stakeholders and ministry staff, and I'm curious. And this is not to put anyone in a defensive position. I'm very concerned that with 200 roads damaged last year, we were not successful at accessing any of the disaster financial assistance funds through the federal government. I want to work with the government, and I certainly know my colleagues do as well, to make sure that we maximize the fullest extent of funding necessary to come back to our regions to a thorough repair of these roads, and not just, I'll leave it at that, and then I'll ask the next question. So I'm wondering, why is there $0 from the federal government on the significant road damage that happened last year? And where are we on track for putting applications in for this year? And is there something that we can do as members of the opposition to assist?
Minister.
Thank you. And to the member, thank you for the question. The province, of course, has a number of roads that have been washed out in various degrees of disrepair. As she knows, some of these are going to be major rebuilds. Some of them are relatively minor that we can get in and repair to the same or better condition than we found it. So there's a lot of jobs that are, in the hundreds of thousands, under 2 million. The federal money is important for helping us when we have disaster situations. I have spoken in the case of this flooding season with the Minister of Transportation in Ottawa to let him know the extent of the damage, to let him know some of the major areas of concern that will need to be rebuilt and in many cases realigned, and to give him that heads up that we would be calling on them, and he expects that and understands it and appreciates it. He appreciates that it's in many cases related to a changing hydrology and the impacts of climate change in the Cariboo that is causing these extraordinary events that are damaging our infrastructure. I should point out generally that in this transportation budget, the federal government's contributions are significant to our ministry. So of the $7.6 billion in capital we expect to spend over the next 3 years, $1.6 billion of that primarily comes from other partners, and that means the federal government. Emergency Management BC is in active discussions with Public Safety Canada. Our record on getting federal assistance, I think, has been pretty good, about $500 million in recent years. That was to address extraordinary disaster events in the Peace region in 2016. 2018, significant funds from the federal government for primarily the Thompson and Okanagan region as we responded to disastrous events there in the southern interior. The member will know too, I think, because I believe we covered this in one of our briefings to her, that the West Fraser Road that needs to be rebuilt, which is broken in 3 places over 5 kilometers and is going to require an extensive repair and is likely to be north of $100 million in terms of rebuilding it proper to a higher climate resilient standard, is one where we have an agreement in principle in place with the federal government. We don't have a booked amount in terms of what their contribution will look like, but we do have a federal understanding. They've been very receptive and acknowledging that this is a project that should be a recipient of disaster financial assistance. So we're underway, as she knows, in rebuilding West Fraser. So I think that just gives you an example of discussions and commitments in principle we've received, and for this season, discussions that we've had with the federal minister to give them a heads up that they should anticipate requests as we rebuild infrastructure to a higher, more resilient standard in the Cariboo.
Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. And I do want to acknowledge and thank the ministry for their investment and partnership with the federal government for West Fraser Road. Of course, that road was impacted in 2018, and it's been significantly challenged. It has definitely disrupted both the quality of life and the economy of the area. And as do, when we talk about 150 plus roads this year, 200 last year, these are people's lives behind every single one of these roads. There are families that live in economy, and especially the roads that are closed. And, again, I make this argument as I do every single year, and I'd be happy again to make this presentation to the federal government. A lot of the damage that was done last year and this year are clearly aligned with the damage that happened in the 2017 and 2018 wildfires. So to make the presentation to the federal government, yes, it's about climate change, but it's also about an incident that has happened in the region that we continue to try and, as we look at doing resiliency and recovery, I would say road repair is a significant portion of that, and we should be accessing those funds to do that. I know that we have, been able to access a small amount, but, I think you clearly articulated that when these roads go and, we go from, an investment in a culvert and dollars now to a complete rebuild of a road that's now up to 100 million. These are the kind of challenges that we have in the region. And so again, I offer, to the government and to the ministry that we as the Caribou are sending a very clear message to all levels of government that we have not rebuilt following the wildfires, and that we still continue to need to have that investment. And, I guess I move now to communications, and that's one of the service objectives in the service plan, objective 2.3, to provide excellent service to British Columbia's key strategy, communicate and engage efficiently and effectively with the ministry stakeholders. It has been extremely challenging to get updates from the ministry. And let me preface it with this. I recognize that last year, with over 200 roads damaged, that the ministry were obviously extraordinarily busy. This year with 150 roads, again, granted, right now we're looking at 89 roads and 8 closed just in the Caribou. Again, I understand that there is, I get that. But for our constituents who live behind these roads, whose lives have been absolutely completely impacted, there needs to be a better way to communicate back to the stakeholders what the plan is for the roads. And I'm going to use one road as a particular example of this. Soda Creek McAllister Road, that road has been closed now for several years. And the constituents did as was asked, to call the 1-800 line to, through the ministry to get an update. And what they were told is that if the damage didn't happen this year, don't call that line, and we're just dealing with this spring freshet. We're not dealing with past spring freshets. And then the other challenge that we're hearing, for example, on that particular road is we've been waiting over we know that I think that there was a report that was done. And, I think that's the challenge. Our office doesn't get updated. We just hear from our constituents that they hear that there's a report done. And then when we ask the ministry, they say, stay tuned. We're going to, we'll be updating the constituents. So I guess to comment on how we can better communicate, how we can ensure, and the Premier made the commitment yesterday in estimates that this notion of not being able to talk with our regional managers and our local managers on particular issues as it pertains to constituent issues such as a road, that we should be able to have that conversation locally with our local and our regional managers. But using this as an example and the objective within the service plan, for example, when can Soda Creek McAllister Road expect an update from the ministry staff on what the government will do about that closed road?
Minister.
Thank you to the member through you, Chair, for the question, and appreciate some of the context she was providing about how hard hit Caribou residents have been, and how many of them who live in areas or serviced by road systems are affected differently than other Caribou residents in terms of the types of travel times they have to live with, and the inconvenience that is part of having to get in there and repair things. As she knows, we create a priority, so obviously the most dire situations are one where all access is cut off, so those are the priority projects. I should mention that, and I think the member was generous earlier in giving thanks to the boots on the ground, the people, the experts, the geotechnical advisors, the hydrologists that are in the Caribou region right now trying to figure out what kind of fixes can be done, and working around the clock in some cases. We did that last year as well, and of the 200 road incidents where there were impacts, 175 of them, 5 of them were repaired and completed, which is good. That's 87.5%. That doesn't mean a lot to the people in the 25 other areas that have to continue to live with that, but it does give you an idea of the scale of mobilization that has been occurring to get roads repaired and functional. She made some comments about communication. Our commitment to her is to continue to have the district managers reach out weekly to constituency offices in the region. So that's a practice that will continue if it is useful to the member through her constituency assistants. She asked specifically about Soda Creek. And Soda Creek is interesting because, again, going back to that sort of priority assessment, it's a loop road, so there aren't people trapped there. They may have to take a longer way out. But the area where the road is not passable right now is still an active landslide. So it's a complex level of assessment that is required about what the fix is going to look like on Soda Creek. What I can say is that we can provide the member with a substantive update based on the latest assessments on what our options might be when it comes to Soda Creek and repairing it sometime later this summer.
Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you very much, Minister, and through you, Chair, to the Minister. I really sincerely do appreciate that, and my time is running out, so I think probably the most effective use of my last question is to say this. The first is, when we see these types of impacts on the roads, please know that it's not just about an inconvenience for people. Many of these roads, we can't get ambulances on. We can't get the fire department on. And these aren't necessarily rural, remote roads or side roads. These are some of them right off of Highway 97. So the challenges that we are experiencing, imagine if you lived in a pretty populated area, as it means for a rural area, and then all of a sudden now you actually can't get an ambulance to your house. And so it's not it is an inconvenience, but it's about public safety. It's about economy. It's about the whole transportation network. And I will say what is desperately needed, and I've raised this before, is we need a regional transportation plan that clearly outlines the issues that we have with the entire region. We're down to the point where, again, I said this last year, Highway 97 was almost at risk. The backup for Highway 97 is gone. It's one of the closed roads. The backup to the backup of Highway 97 is a road that is that's at Knickerbocker, is highly vulnerable. And I can say the same about going into Williams Lake. So all of our major roads, almost every road in and out is at risk of compromise or has been compromised. And I just think if you look at the ministry's responsibility, if I review the service plan, there is a clear need to have an effective, safe transportation network in British Columbia. And I think that there needs to be a review of the Caribou on what that transportation network looks like. Where are the risks? Where are the vulnerabilities? And, what are some of the options? So in closing, I heard the minister say that we can have meetings with our weekly meetings with our regional staff. So just to clarify, if I put in a request to get an update on where we are at on the roads, for example, on Drive BC, if I was to put in a request to get an update on the 89 roads that are impacted and the 8 roads that are closed, because we've certainly tried to put in that request on multiple times. What we have heard is that we need to go through your office first to get that approved, and staff on, the challenge is, I think, obviously, clearly, it's a miscommunication. So this is our opportunity here today to clarify and to set things in motion, to make sure that moving forward, that as we have the opportunity to reach out to our regional transportation manager and ask or raise issues with roads. Because what I can tell you is we could save government a lot of money. We could save our constituents a lot of challenges if we had the ability as MLAs to reach out to our regional transportation staff and say, look, I think you've got a culvert that you need to look at, or we're hearing challenges in this part of the area. This road is damaged. If we can get somebody in to fix it, I think it would go a long way. Because just to put it into perspective, we have the Ministry of Transportation roads, and then of course in our rural areas, we also have the challenges with FLNRO roads. And a lot of times the two intersect, and we may ask for one road. The process that is currently in place, and let me just use one road as an example. We put in a request about Radio Range Road. We sent an email March 8th, sent another one on the 16th. On the 24th, we're told to go to the DM's office. We did. On April 11th, asked for an update. On May 11th, asked again for an update. On May 25, asked again. On June 4th, we got a response. It's actually FLNRO road, and the response that we received back to this area was impacted by wildfires, high water levels, and will investigate options. Well, I could have said that. I could have said, but for people who are flooded and their road is gone or at risk of being gone, we've got to find a better system. And so I think to be really effective supporting our constituents and respecting taxpayer dollars, if I could get the commitment from the minister that we can again start with the meetings that we used to have, quarterly meetings, for example, with our regional manager that listed the roads and listed the work that would be done, I think that would be a significant improvement on what is happening right now.
Minister.
Thank you. So there was a lot packed in there to the member's final question, if indeed it is. So let me just first generally say that I'm taking this situation very seriously, and it's why I've been involved in a number of briefings around the Caribou. It's why we've reached out to the federal government. It's why we've moved people from around the province to be on the ground, on the scene. Some of them have been there for weeks and longer now, working out of the district operating center, which the Caribou Regional District provided space to house all the additional supports and human resources that were put into the region. The 1844 number, I'm told, for residents to directly communicate to the district operating center, including the district manager, is handling right around now about 5 calls per week. So it's maybe lower than we expected, but it's still useful in terms of residents that are availing themselves of that. And that's really for people to say, look, there's flooding here, it's happening now, or I'm worried that there's going to be a drainage failure, or this ditch is not functioning, or a culvert is about to be overwhelmed. That's why we set it up when we did, and that's a resource that is available. Just to give the member a further sense of the scale of the response, right now we have 170 pieces of equipment available to us in the region to do road repair as quickly as we can. And of course, some roads we can't get onto this week, but we'll be able to get onto them next week, that sort of thing. That's how it goes. It's the team assessing which roads are ready for repair, having the capacity, which we have scaled up dramatically, to be able to go in there and do those repairs that I think is important. In terms of fiscal resources, it's worth stating too that in terms of annual preservation funds in the budget that we're discussing today, it's now over $500 million. When we came into government, it was at or below $300 million annually. So there is significant resources there that have been enhanced to help ensure that annual preservation programs are covering a wider part of the province and available for these sorts of situations. I would be a little concerned if the district manager was not responding in a timely way to inquiries from the MLA's office, but I do know that they endeavor to reply in a timely, effective way. If she can, further advance any suggestions that might help us do that. But she mentioned radio range roads, so I think she emailed our district manager on March the 8th, and I'm informed that she got a reply from the district manager on the very same day. Yes, it was not our road, it was Flynn Road, so I will take her information that perhaps in this case it was Flynn Road who was not timely in a further response, but I am advised that we responded to her constituency assistant the very same day, so I'm pleased to hear that, and if there's any follow-up for us to do, we can talk. I can speak to the member offline about that, and if there's any other situations where the member is feeling that she's not getting timely information, we can deal with that as well. But I do have a long list of engagements. I know she's made many inquiries into our office. They don't always have to go through my office at all, and nor would I want them to. I understand that there was an inquiry just a couple of weeks ago at the end of May about a project, the status of a project with the MLA. And that was responded to directly. It didn't go through my office. So if there's any situations where the member wishes to either create structures or processes beyond the weekly call that her constituency office receives from the district manager, I'll take those suggestions under advisement, because we certainly want to get information to her that she needs to do her job with her constituents. And I appreciate her comments earlier in this discussion about the compliments she had for the staff about how hard they're working and doing their job, and making every effort to communicate quickly and accurately with people who live in the Caribou region.
Recognizing the member for Vancouver-Langara.
I just wanted to, through you, Mr. Chair, thank the Minister for his response and the time that he took to consider that in reference to the member from Caribou North. I know that in listening in, the member from West Vancouver Sea to Sky has sent in another example. But certainly, on behalf of our opposition caucus, we appreciate the fact that the minister has confirmed that, as we've seen at times on the ground, and then the minister spoke to us earlier, understanding the importance of MLA roles in the regions. I know that when I sat in on some of the briefings in the Caribou region, the minister very much appreciated that direct line of communication and understanding the on-the-ground issues that the member from Caribou North just outlined. And so very much what I'm hearing the minister say is that the practice will continue in terms of ensuring that regional MODI directors are in direct conversation and communication with local MLAs, and that line of communication will continue beyond obviously all of the other hotlines and other measures that are being put in place in the dedication of resources. We very much appreciated that, and there may be, the only comment I would make is if there are any MLAs in our caucus that have any particular challenges with that line of communication, that certainly I presume the minister would be open to hearing that directly to ensure that we are getting that direct line of communication with regional representatives and directors of MODI. Thank you.
Minister.
So to the critic, yes, if there are MLAs in his caucus that want to bring something to my attention, either positive or in some cases negative experiences where they don't feel they've had timely responses, I'm absolutely fine with that. What I would like, though, is MLAs in his caucus and all caucuses that are part of the Assembly to continue to access their existing relationships with district managers out there. I understand that some of them are very strong. They very much value the direct connection they have in making inquiries on behalf of their constituents. I also recognize that a lot of constituents don't necessarily go through their MLA offices as their sort of first line of inquiry, and it hurts me to say that given our our role, but that's the way it is, and they use multiple opportunities they have through our social media platforms. We covered those a little bit yesterday. We have 5 avenues for citizens of BC and in every part of the province to be in touch with our ministry. But the avenue of sharing information or getting information, requesting information through district managers through MLA offices that's under discussion today is one that I think is very valuable. I've heard all the evidence that supports that it is valuable and that should continue, and I'm supportive of that continuing, and I know the district management team is as well.
Member.
Thank you. One last quick point. I know that the member from Caribou North talked about this in terms of the weekly call mechanism, and just as a component of the minister's confirmation of the need and recognizing the need for on-the-ground direct line of communication between district managers and local MLAs. Just a question through you, Mr. Chair, to confirm that the weekly calls can be arranged directly between the local MLA and the local district manager office without necessarily having to go through the minister's office. Is that correct?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So let me try and make a sort of a clarity of distinction here. So for very specific individual information requests that are related to a constituent or a small group of constituents, MLA offices should continue to access the lines of communication they have with district managers to make inquiries and get information that way. If it's of a nature where it's a very detailed region-wide area of concern or something about a major project and the MLA wants a briefing and it's more than just picking up the phone and getting a fairly simple response about the status or on the ground situation, where it's in fact about a large project or a region-wide area of concern, then MLA should continue the existing practice of going through my office so I can bring a team of both provincial and regional ministry experts that can make themselves available to the MLA. And I know that this MLA has made that request, and we've provided briefings of that type of nature. But I think for the smaller constituent based types of timely information being requested, to continue to leverage the relationships they have with district managers that is appropriate. I should mention that the weekly call is a standard in the Caribou right now. It is not realistic in every part of the province. Every time we would have too much staff resources going to weekly calls that may not be necessary at all. But when we're in a situation where we have an active flood zone, we have roads that need to be repaired, then those weekly calls should continue to be something that, so long as they're useful to the MLA offices, should be the way we're responding to that situation.
Member.
So I appreciate what the minister has said there. I would just encourage, in terms of the practice, recognizing resources here, if that's the consideration among others, that when we look at the Caribou region and what's been happening, certainly what I've seen as the critic with my colleagues, a real, as I started my comments at the beginning of the session, there has been a fair degree of cooperation from the minister's office to ensure that the briefings are there for the members from Nechako Lakes, Caribou Chilcotin, and Caribou North, for example. But recognizing the actual concern of the region, knowing that, as the minister said, there's been a great redeployment of resources there, including ministry resources. It would seem appropriate that once the arrangement is set, that there's a recognition in the Caribou region, at least, that there is that ongoing weekly mechanism, because it is something that is quite widespread, as the member from Caribou North has talked about, and as the member from Caribou Chilcotin, I'm sure, will be about to talk about, as the minister well knows. So again, I would just ask if the minister would ensure that, at least for the regions that most need it, that he would certainly consider, through you, Mr. Chair, the arrangement up front to ensure that those weekly call mechanisms are replaced, as opposed to having to keep coming back to the minister's office to revisit the weekly call mechanism. Is that something that the minister would be prepared to consider here?
Minister.
So yeah, thank you, and to the critics. So the weekly meetings are, to my understanding, they're generally not with the MLA. They're with the MLA's constituency office staff, and it should continue as long as it makes sense to do so. When you have an urgent situation, when information is needed on a timely basis, when you have a situation that is quite extensive in terms of the flooding that's been experienced in the Caribou, for example. Or on previous occasions, if it was the North Thompson that needed a focus of urgency, that's what we'll continue to do. And I think the urgency of the Caribou this spring is one that guided our response overall. I mean, to relocate 200 plus personnel from district offices around the province, to bring in the chief engineer from the Kicking Horse Canyon project to be one of our lead assessors and do engineering work on some of the what we know will be big projects in terms of rebuilding some of the roads that have been damaged and are still in active slide areas. I think speaks to the mobilization and the response that our government provided to the Caribou. And it's going to take a lot of work. There's no question about it. It's going to be a very busy, active summer to get roads repaired. We have identified funds in our budget to do so. Very similar level of investment, as I mentioned earlier, in response to questions to the funding levels that we provided in the Caribou last year to get, in that instance, 175 of the 200 roads repaired. And we want to move to a much more proactive model, continuing to provide, as we did through a variety of funds, including Stronger BC this year, investments in culverts, hundreds of kilometers worth of ditching programs, and really understanding, based on the recommendations from hydrologists, how to shift towards proactive, preventative repairs and investments that will help Caribou road networks be more resilient.
Member.
Well, I do appreciate the minister trying to address this. Just to recap again, for specific issues that, for example, in my colleague's riding of West Vancouver Sea to Sky, something about a speed reader. That isn't, that's a specific item that presumably has come from a constituent concern or the MLA himself. That sounds like a discrete item that can go directly between the MLA and the district manager. That, based on the minister's previous answer, that would be my understanding. Just the last point then, in terms of the regions and recognition of either Kicking Horse or now Caribou region, I would again just ask the minister to please just consider, given the nature of all of the letters, communications, briefings, questions that are being asked here and estimates, that on behalf of the MLAs in those regions, that those weekly calls are very vital to the local MLAs to be able to have that direct line of dialogue and understanding. And I would say during this period of time where that redeployment resources is happening, I think it's appropriate for the local MLAs to be kept very much up to date with the local teams. And again, through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, would the minister please consider that request and take that back and make that happen? Thank you.
Minister.
So yeah, to the critics' question. So the commitment from the district team is to keep those weekly calls going. That's appropriate in the Caribou right now. That is the area of focus. But I would also say that calls are available between MLA offices and our district teams at any time. If there's an ad hoc call that's required because something is happening and it needs to be brought to our attention, or the MLA has a need for information, then it doesn't make any sense to wait till the end of the week for a weekly call. Then by all means, call the district manager. So I would say for the time being, while weekly calls are necessary and desirable, we'll keep those going. And we'll hope for a time in the near future that hopefully they won't be necessary, because I think we could all be doing other things. But as long as they're useful, we'll keep doing them.
Member. Recognizing the member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleague and certainly the minister and the staff for this opportunity to ask a couple of questions. I just wanted to start by echoing some of the comments from my colleague from Caribou North. Of course, the entire region that we're in, of course, has experienced some unbelievable challenges. And I am happy to hear the minister confirm that we will be able to reach out to our local offices, because that has been a bit of a mixed message, and I can appreciate my colleagues' frustration, because that really has not been the direction that we've received. So I'm happy to hear the minister confirm that we can reach out. I was also surprised to hear that I guess I'm surprised and not surprised, but the lack of calls going into the 1-800 number. Now, I'm appreciative that that system has been set up in Williams Lake at the Caribou Regional District. But to be honest, I've had more than 5 calls since last evening. So I'm quite surprised that the call center is only receiving 5 calls per week. And so I don't know, perhaps that's, I mean, certainly not on my part. I've been advertising it, putting it on my Facebook, but perhaps that's something that we could do a bit of a better job of getting that number out there, because I know that there are certainly a number of problems still with us. Now, that said, floodwaters in many cases have receded. And so a lot of the properties that we have seen, for instance, in my riding, Borland Valley, Knife Creeks, all of those have receded quite a bit. So I could appreciate that the calls have gone down a little bit, but I was surprised to hear that there are only 5 a week. That said, I want to move on to some questions. I do appreciate the time to meet with you, as we did a couple of weeks ago. And at that time, I had talked about the Dog Creek area in general. I have spoke to this in the chamber, of course, as well. And I think the last time that we met, Mr. Chair, with the ministry, I had confirmed that there was at least one house that was breaking in half, and that the family was in a position to likely have to move out. That there was another house on Dog Creek that was also in jeopardy. I'd like to update the minister and let him know that the family now has had to move out. The house is now unsafe. The house across the road from them is now also under consideration. And there are 3 more homes that we know of that are now in harm's way as well. There is a letter writing campaign now started by a retirement community called Terra Vista, who has replaced an $800,000 wall out of their pocket. Many basements have been flooded in this community. Dog Creek now is an absolute disaster. We have a slide there that continues daily. We have a road now that I believe the ministry has decided in some areas not to even repave, because it's, it sounds like we'll just keep taking the pavement down until it's gravel, until we figure this out. And the damage continues on Ban Road, Gibbon Road, from a culvert that I was told that the ministry would reconsider or have a look at. I was also told that a hydrology study would be started up there, and I haven't had any response to that for the last number of weeks. So I just wondered where we're at with that project, and if I could just get an update on Dog Creek in general.
Minister.
Thank you, and thank you to the member for the question. So the general question he asked was an overview or an update on the Dog Creek situation. So if there's something I left out, he'll have a chance to come back at me with a follow-up, or we can do that offline. But the substantive things that he's looking for, I think, in terms of the information, he asked about the hydrology report that we're doing with the Caribou Regional District. That is still underway. It's scheduled to be completed this summer, and of course part of what it is looking at is making a determination if the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure, our drainage systems in any way have contributed to the situation. He also asked about Gibbons and Roberts Drive, and we've just completed the LiDAR study that has surveyed the slide movements there, so that should be information that can be communicated with him and his constituency office if that's something that's useful or that some of his constituents have requested. So that's just been completed. In terms of residents who've had to move or are contemplating moving, I think at a meeting between district and ministry staff and the MLA, there was a discussion about that, about what relief might be possible. So we forwarded information to Emergency Management BC about the displacement of individuals and families, and we've asked them to get involved in the situation. So that's happened as a result of the meeting that we had with the MLA, that EMBC has been brought into the picture.
Member.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to update you, yeah, we have heard from EMBC. I believe that the funding or help that's available for these people is in the neighborhood of about 3 days. And of course, the DFA applications, 2 of them that we've sent in, of course, have not worked. So we're talking about people that are having to move out of their home forever. So that's good to hear that we have heard that. I think as far as LiDAR is concerned, with respect to the minister, I am definitely interested in seeing that. I definitely will take you up on the opportunity to meet with you again, but I don't need LiDAR. I can put my rubber boots on, walk from a culvert through about 10 yards that we are currently flooding, have not stopped since last October, and I had asked for that culvert to be reassessed. We know that the ground is moving, and we also know, and I'm happy to provide videos, as I've suggested I would, for this culvert that is flooding these homes, that it seems to turn off, once in a while and then turn right back on. So I'm wondering if there has been any real look at this culvert from the ministry. And then I'll come to the next question about Highway 20.
Minister.
Thank you, and to the members. So the functioning and the water flow that's associated with the culverts is, of course, an integral part of the hydrology study that is being done, and we will get the completed report to the member later this summer when it's available. That's an ongoing study that's underway, as I've mentioned. Following the meeting that our team had with the member about the culvert that he believes is malfunctioning, we did have staff go out based on his information and do an on-site review. And there has been some work on culverts in the area, but I don't have specifics. I've tried to wait for them to get that advice through my earbuds here, but it might be more productive for me to get that information to them outside of estimates this afternoon when we can, to let them know what the work that has been done entails, and also what the on-site review assessment provided.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And this is exactly, I think, the point that is become quite frustrating for the residents area. I have never suggested that the culvert isn't working properly. The culvert is working absolutely as it should, but it is flooding many homes. And that is a consistent answer that the residents are receiving for this. So that is the frustration. So I really do hope that I will hear, with respect to the hydrology report, what's happening up there. And certainly I don't suggest that the culvert isn't working. It's working perfect. I think it needs to be in a different area, and I think the residents also feel that as well. I guess maybe one more question around this. How does triage work through the chair to the minister? How do you determine? I mean, we've got ditching projects that are happening up in areas like Gunanoot, or apparently they're supposed to start happening. And of course, we've got paving and other things. And believe you me, I'm not ungrateful for the paving that's happening. But we have many residents that are questioning why we're doing that and not fixing this, or why are we putting resources to that? Now, I understand that there's a 5-year plan. How is this affecting that 5-year plan? And are we seeing resources, pulled off of perhaps some of that maintenance that is very necessary, and being rerouted to some of these emergency situations?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good to see you. And thank you to the member for the question. Quite a comprehensive question. I'll try my best to answer it. So we operate on a multi-year rehabilitation plan for roads and infrastructure. The district office manages regional priorities that develop a 4-year rolling plan that gets renewed, and as some new priorities emerge and others become less urgent, there's obviously, it's a living plan that does get amended in response to events in real time. There would be a whole bunch of criteria about what makes something a priority over another investment, even though they may all be required, but avoiding or addressing any infrastructure failure would obviously be key for priority identification. And things that would create sort of mobility loss of connection, those would be projects that would be put for urgent repair. Impacts on industry, for example, if there was a huge economic impact to the loss of a road, for example, obviously that would be taken into account about what needs to be addressed. And then there are things within the rolling plan that are tracked in terms of condition. Bridges, side roads. Sometimes we identify side road projects for a go-ahead or green light on improvements based on larger paving contracts that are nearby, and there's an economy of scale to do more side roads. And we've talked about this earlier in the estimates, but there is a significant lift to the road maintenance rehabilitation budget under discussion today. It's about $500 million annually. It was previously, I think, before government changed it, around $300 million. So that's good for the members region, but really around the province that we're able to do more of that. And the other thing that affects the plans and develops the prioritization is really our consultation with regional districts and local governments and local Indigenous governments about what their priorities are, where they would like to see investment occur, and again, that would be assessed on what road performance looks like. If it's a safety project, we'd of course look at accident data that we have to address safety-related investments that we may make. So I hope that gives the member a bit of an idea about how those things are developed. And again, that's something that he could have in discussion at his next meeting with the district manager.
Recognizing the member from Vancouver-Langara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just before the member from Nechako Lakes asks his questions, I just wanted to take this opportunity to continue on from my questions from my colleague, from the member from Caribou-Chilcotin, because there were a few points I wanted to raise here with the Minister in respect of the additional road maintenance plan, and appreciate again that after the briefing that the Minister arranged for myself to have in preparation for these estimates, there was some supplementary material that was provided, including a table which basically gave a breakdown of the road maintenance plan budget. But just before I ask a specific question about that breakdown, just wanted to ask the Minister to comment further. Obviously the member from Caribou North spoke about the impact of wildfires and the ongoing, of course, challenge that we're seeing over the last number of years in particular in terms of climate change. And certainly, as we've seen with the flooding and the various issues that we've seen in the Caribou region, for example, there's significant impacts that are happening on side roads, bridges, and other road conditions. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, what has changed in the last number of years from the Ministry's perspective on this? And in terms of its assessment of road conditions in that region, for example, what challenges is the Ministry anticipating in terms of greater need for road repair and maintenance not only at the surface level in terms of patching up roads, but more importantly, structurally, the drainage, the structure underneath those roads. Is the ministry seeing additional erosion of the foundation of the various roadway systems that we have that so many people rely on in this region?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member. It's a fairly big area of discussion, but in terms of the question, which I think is overall was really about climate adaptation. We're living amongst climate change. How do we move from responsive, wildfires and flooding to being more proactive and building to a higher standard? Taking into account that that the landscape has changed so fundamentally in a region like the Cariboo. What I would say is that we have some climate resiliency program funding that is available, so approximately $30 million in the region that allows for culvert replacements, drainage improvements, scouring of the landscape. This is outside of the Ministry Preservation Program. We also are utilizing maintenance contractors to also take into account climate impacts, so the type of summer work that they do, leaving aside the winter work that the highways contractors would do, the summer work includes things like accelerated ditching programs, again, more culvert replacements, and the removal of vegetation in preparation for the winter and spring seasons. In terms of an all-of-government approach, too, it's probably worth mentioning that Flynn Road is on track, I think, by the end of this summer to have planted a billion trees over the last 3 years. So the wildfires and the beetlewood kindling that contributed to some of that activity, it needs replanting to be able to restore the water absorption characteristics of renewing those forests. Flynn Road also has hydro seeding programs as well that take into account the protection of Modi assets. So one of those can be seen on Elephant Hill in the region in terms of that, although done by a different ministry, it is done in conjunction with us. Also, in general, more close alignment with Emergency Management BC, modernizing the Act and the programs that do take into account the changing climate. But I would just maybe conclude on this note, more generally, the climate lens is now applied to virtually every investment that the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure makes. We look at what kind of mitigation needs to be done, what kind of adaptation is required in light of climate change, and we look for additional opportunities during the pandemic, for example, where we had extraordinary funds being invested in different communities. Some of it was to employ people, but do good things that we know needed to be accelerated at the same time. So $6 million specifically was invested in the Cariboo through Stronger BC, and it was entirely about enhancing resilience from spring flooding. So it was primarily like rip-rap programs and getting road-based protection enhanced in different areas of the road network.
Thank you, Minister. We are going to take a 10-minute break, so we will be returning at 4:32 p.m. If members can please have their cameras on at 4:32 p.m. We will take a 10-minute recess. Thank you. Recognizing the member from Vancouver Langara.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the response from the Minister before the break. Obviously, it's definitely a concerning change that is impacting on Ministry's planning. Just to clarify a couple questions here that I'll just wrap into one set of series here. So just in terms of the clarification, what the Minister was saying, and he said it earlier in terms of the climate resiliency funding of $30 million, and that is separate from the Ministry Preservation Program, as he referred to it. So just a clarification in terms of the Ministry Preservation Program, is that program, as he refers to that, part of the $500 million road maintenance plan figure, which includes $162 million towards side roads. And of course, certainly acknowledge there's been an increase in side road and highway bridge maintenance budget, as the Minister has indicated. And what we see, of course, planned out over the fiscal plan is $162 million this current budget year. Next year, followed by $115 million, followed by $118 million. So that is a slight decrease in year 2, year 3. So why the decrease? And secondly, why not a further increase? Given the nature of the complexity around the challenges around climate change and the impacts that we're seeing over the last 4 to 5 years, does the Ministry not see a greater need to add additional resources towards side road budget expenditures?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and to the member. So he's correct. There was a significant uplift in the side road program this year. And we're very pleased to get this year's uplift, and we think that's going to inform budget making in future years. Certainly, he'll remember from his time in government that when you demonstrate that you can utilize new resources, that's typically a good position to be in to request more, and certainly that's the plan for budget making next year. The slides and washout funding, just to confirm, is outside of the preservation program. So we have a budget this year of $45 million for those expenses. But of course, we do have the ability, should it be required, to find the funds that are needed to address repairs that are the cause of slides and washouts from within our plan.
Member.
So, from what I'm understanding from the minister's response, this current number of 162 million, well, let me ask it this way then. So, what is the projection then in terms of the 115 and the 118 following the 162? What is that based on in terms of the lower expenditure amount?
Minister.
Thank you. And so for budget 2021, the previous year's amount was 110 for the side road program. It went up this year by 52 million to 162 million. The out years in the 3-year plan are at 115 and 118. We were very pleased to receive additional resources this year, and that's those numbers that are in the out years were the previous sort of baseline numbers. So next year will give us an additional opportunity to invest more in side roads in 2022-23, which was exactly what happened in budget 2021.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just, in the interest of time and to turn it over shortly to the member from Chaco Lakes, just if I could ask the Minister this. The Minister just indicated in terms of the previous year was 110 for side roads, and that actually was a point that I was going to raise. Just as request, I'd ask the Minister and his team just to provide a written response to the following questions. And that's something we don't have to address right now, but just for the record, as a point of reference, I would like to ask what was the budget amounts for side road and bridge maintenance for comparison purposes to this fiscal year for each of the previous 4 years? And could the Minister please provide a breakdown of this budgetary amount on side roads for each of the regions, South Coast, Southern Interior, Northern? And can the Minister provide a further breakdown of these amounts for each district in each of those regions? So if the Minister would just consider those questions and appreciate a written response to follow. Minister, would you be willing to do that through the Madam Chair?
Minister.
So we will get the information to the member when staff can put that together. We made a note of the specific questions, and they'll be, of course, available verbatim on Hansard. So we'll get them that information after staff compile it.
Thank you. Does that conclude your questions, member?
Yes. So
Nechako Lakes. Okay, thank you. Recognizing the member from Nechako Lakes.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and want to thank my colleague from Vancouver Langara for fitting me in. And through you to the Minister, I recognize that time is short in terms of this, so I would request, I've got 3 questions to ask, and I would request if I could get a response in writing to all 3. So the questions are this. North of Fort St. James, the road up towards Germiston Landing, which is known as the North Road, there's a lot of work that was talked about being done there, including approaches to bridges, some culvert work, some base rebuilding in some areas. The road is in desperate need of some investment. I believe there was a request that came forward for additional funding, for significant additional funding to be able to help do that work on that road. So I'm just would like to know from the Minister. So question number 1 is if you could confirm that request has gone through, and when there might be an indication as to whether or not that funding will be available for that North Road. The second question I have through the Minister is actually from the Houston area. Houston has got a problem with Silverthorn Creek. It requires some pretty significant work to stop the creek from flooding in the area and actually running down along a path that is not where the creek is supposed to go. Needs really, I think what's needed there is likely a pretty major culvert put in under the highway, likely some work with CN as well. And I'm just wondering, through you, Honourable Chair, to the Minister, if the Ministry has a program that would be available for doing that kind of project, and if not, what sort of program or through what ministry you might be able to go after to get work like that done. The third question I have is around the side roads, and I understand, from the conversation earlier that there's some budget around this, but the side roads through Nechako Lakes are in brutal shape this year, and I want to say that the contractors I know are doing their best. The roads are starting to dry up, and the contractors are that are working in the area are trying to get to doing some of that work. But there is so much work to be done. There's just no way it can be done within the existing budget that contractors have. The amount of frost heaves, the roads are being chewed up just unbelievably in some cases. Basically, if you don't have a truck or even a 4x4, you can't even get through to where you live on some of these roads. Other roads, it's kind of like playing Mario Kart, where you're dodging back and forth between, chunks of road, basically, where the hard surface is completely gone, and you're just trying to dodge the potholes. In Houston, there's some of the side roads there that logging trucks have been going down, have been so pounded out in areas that if you're not crawling through them, you risk doing serious damage to your vehicle. And one person who lives on one of those roads, which is just a regular side road, not a logging road, actually had an axle broke on his vehicle just trying to get home. And so there's a tremendous amount of work that needs to be done, and there's a significant budget that would need to be allocated to be able to repair these roads. Without additional funding, I'm afraid it would take a good number of years to be able to address all of these issues with the existing maintenance budget that contractors would have available for these side roads. So the last question is whether or not the ministry has additional funds that are being allocated to the Nechako Lakes region to deal with these side roads. And if so, if the minister could provide a number in terms of the budget that would be available to be able to address some of these side roads. So as I mentioned, I appreciate having the opportunity to ask these questions, and I hope that the minister will be able to provide those answers in writing. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And to the member, and thank him for sticking around. We will give him a written response to the 3 questions he posed. There's a couple of things I can say that he can go away with today that might be of use and will be reiterated in more detail when we respond to him in writing. But to the first question around the North Road, there is a $1.5 million graveling project program that includes base repairs, ditching and paving of the bridge approaches that he mentioned there. So we'll get him more details on that. But that is active. On the issue around Houston, we'll give him a written response as well. And in terms of the maintenance contractor, there is an additional $18 million available in his area for a variety of improvements that I think speak to some of the road conditions that he raised today. But we'll give him a much more fulsome update on the questions that he's posed here this afternoon.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, member. Now recognizing the member for Peace River North.
I thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and thank you, Minister, and want to thank my colleague for Vancouver Langara giving me a couple minutes here. I'm sure staff has probably whispered in the Minister's ear probably one of my main questions, which I asked his predecessor a number of times, and that, excuse me, and that is around the Taylor Bridge replacement. I know my colleague for Peace River South and myself, we've been actively engaged on trying to get the replacement of this bridge done for a number of years. The amount of commerce and industrial traffic is ever increasing on this bridge, as well as just the movement of goods and services between the 2 districts. Of course, it is the main supply or the main transportation route for Yukon, the state of Alaska, as well as Northwest Territories. And we've seen this bridge now go from annual maintenance to biannual to monthly to almost weekly. As it is known, the deck is beyond its life. There was supposed to be public engagement taking place this spring. Of course, this past spring, COVID kind of threw things off on that. So just wondering if the minister can give us some sort of a course plotting forward in regards to some timelines on the replacement of this absolutely essential piece of infrastructure in our province.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. I understand he has been here before and spoken to my predecessor, Claire Trevena, who, of course, announced in November 2019 that extensive engineering and consultation would begin on a variety of options, including replacement for the Taylor Bridge. So just to bring him up to speed, this information may or may not be new to him, but we are about to start consultation, a broad consultation process, including the use of facilitated stakeholder groups. So I've spoken with some of the mayors and local government officials up there, as well as First Nations myself, but it will also be open to the public through online questionnaires and virtual open houses. So this will start in the summer and it will conclude in the fall of 2021. We did do direct consultation with the affected First Nations around the area of the bridge in 2020. We have done some engineering and field investigations. In fact, we recently had a piece of equipment, a snooper truck, that extended its crane out over and under the bridge and was up on Taylor for about a week. So that assessment of bridge condition was done very recently. All of this work is going to inform us for a long-term solution on Taylor Bridge. I know this has been an issue that has been going on for a couple of decades in the region, and certainly I want to credit Minister Trevena for moving it further forward than it's been before by creating the resources, many hundreds of thousands of dollars for the studies that we've done to date. We'll continue with the engineering as part of the pre-project work package, and we expect that to be complete in 2022. So I'll leave it there, except to say that the inspections, for the members' benefit, have concluded the bridge is safe, but has also raised concerns about the escalating maintenance costs to the decking. So that's probably not new information for him, but that is the latest information on bridge condition that is part of informing the engineering and design and public consultation that's about to begin.
Thank you. Member.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, for that. And I do look forward to very soon seeing these on the capital plan, or the replacement of the Taylor Bridge on the capital plan very soon. My next two questions, Minister, I'll just again in later time, if I can get a written response as soon as possible on them. One is rural roads. Obviously, over the last number of years, just with weather and such, we've had a number of roads that are becoming near impassable. In fact, the Beldonal Road, school buses sometimes can't make it down. Emergency vehicles can't make it down and access residents. Cecil Lake Road, Siphon Creek, the list goes on and on. I'm hoping that there is an audit that can be done in the near future on the rural roads in the North Peace, and I hope that that I can be included in those discussions in regards to plotting out a plan to get some of these roads repaired and brought up to acceptable condition. So that is the one question about rural roads and an audit and getting a long-term planning of these roads replaced or repaired. The next question is about rest stops in the north, and specifically north of Fort Nelson. As you can imagine, once you head north of Fort Nelson, you are about 6.5 or 7 hours drive with very little rest stops and no cell service. So looking at a plan, hopefully to have some rest areas, some formal rest areas with toilets and the possibility of a cellular booster station would be incredibly valuable to the public safety that travel that long and often treacherous piece of highway in the province. And I understand that it is federal highway. But hopefully, and we've seen partnerships already, and thank the ministry for the Gotta Go program. There has been some good partnerships between the province, the federal government, as well as Northern Rockies on already developing one of these rest areas south of Fort Nelson. We are hopeful to see some more of these further north. So if I can get a response on those two questions at the earliest convenience, that would be great. And with that, Chair, I'll turn it over to my next colleague. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the questions. So I will absolutely get him in writing an analysis of the side roads. What he may wish for is a meeting when he's back in his constituency with district staff just to go through the road inventory. So the road condition is assessed on an ongoing basis. Our contractor will have information for our ministry in conjunction with our ministry district office. So if you prefer a briefing to writing, we can probably show him some information that may generate questions that he wishes to ask there. So that's certainly something we'll do. And in terms of the rest stop issue around on the Alaska Highway, so we have notified the federal government, this highway is of course under their jurisdiction, that we're committed to the Gotta Go program for a further 3 years. So there is BC funding to hopefully leverage some additional improvements from the federal government on that highway that's under their administration and maintenance.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Member. Now recognizing the member from Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Minister for taking a few of our questions. It's good to tag team after my colleague from Peace River North and knowing his questions, because now I don't have to ask the Taylor Bridge question, but I do have two, I would argue, semi-specific questions for the Minister. I'll try to run through quickly here. First one is his staff will be able to help him. They're well aware of this one, is the South Taylor Hill. Around 10 years ago, when we were in government, we announced the twinning, four-laning, I guess, of the South Taylor Hill from the Taylor Bridge to the top, due to the incline, obviously, as a single-lane passage as it was a lot of our oil and gas and trucks in the area were spinning out and blocking the road, and there were a lot of issues and challenges. Anyway, the first half was done because it was broken into a two-phase project. When I spoke to his predecessor, when they came into government about 4 years ago, I was told phase 2 was still going to happen. We actually had federal funding, if I remember, in the $18 million range to partner for part of that. The next year, I was told by his predecessor that it was going through geotechnical work. We're all well aware of the geotechnical issues in the area, but we were told that that was being looked at and resolved on where we were going and how that four-laning would continue for the second phase. So anyway, it's now been over 4 years, and I've heard nothing from this government on what the next steps will be, other than from his predecessor that geotechnical studies were being done. I know some of that was done, but I do not see it in the budget. Is the minister able to give me a bit of a timeline for the second phase, the top phase, for the continuation for the South Taylor Hill?
Sure.
Thank you, and thank you to the member for the question. So, as he acknowledged, this is geotechnically complex, and the design work that we've done has confirmed that the landslide is a much larger challenge than anticipated. It's also confirmed that the federal money confirmed is completely inadequate to do what's likely going to be required. We just completed in the fall of 2020, so 6 or 8 months ago, the installation of 130 anchors. So that was a $7 million stabilization investment, but embedded in the anchors are sensors that are giving us information about the slide activity. And we need to go through a couple of seasonal cycles of gathering data about what's happening geotechnically there, which is going to help us inform what the scope and engineering fix will be for this project. So happy to offer the member some ongoing updates as we gather that data. It's going to require a much bigger federal partnership. Hard to ask though until we've completed the geotechnical assessment, but I am pleased that just last fall that work around stabilization and the installation of the sensors has been completed. So that's going to help inform us in a big way as we go forward.
Member.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer. And that is good information. I was unaware of that, but I would appreciate if the Minister is able to, through his staff, to keep me updated on that, because as he can imagine or appreciate, it is a huge concern in my riding. So lots of people ask me questions, and I can actually assist the government by giving factual information out so people are aware of the progress and the work being done. I think everyone will agree we don't want to throw good money after bad and do the work if it's not going to be suitable. So I will support as long as I have the information. That would really help. My last question to the Minister, I'm looking for a little understanding of what the goals and objectives are around my riding for capital infrastructure. And I'll say this, I'll thank the government for not canceling and continuing on with the bridge replacement or bridge work that's being done in Dawson Creek on 8th Street. It's a culvert that's being turned into a bridge that was announced in 2016 after the major floods. Went through all of the work. It's given me a good understanding of how long it takes to actually do the engineering design work, and that took almost 5 years before we started. It is underway, with I thank the government for continuing on with that. But I will say that I have some other concerns. We continue to have multiple fatalities every year on the highway between Dawson Creek and Fort St. John, which is why about 15 years ago there was the announcement that we were going to look at 4-laning, or at the very minimum putting in passing lanes, because we had just a 2-lane highway for the entire 60-kilometer stretch. And we were looking at 4-laning and passing to try to reduce some of these really horrendous areas that we have. In some years, I have anywhere of 10 to 12 fatalities in a year on just a 30-kilometer stretch of highway. The troubling part, and the question I have to the Minister, is since this government's taken over, we've had no new dollars spent. We were doing a project a year, a 4-laning a year or a passing lane a year being announced and being worked on. For the last 4 years, we've done zero. It came to a halt. And so I'm curious if the Minister can point to something that I can share with my constituents and the people in the area who are constantly worried and upset that seems to have been on hold under this government, and we continue to have fatalities. In fact, I've had just, unfortunately, another few in just the last 6 weeks. I know the Minister will send his condolences as well, and I don't wish to have to put that as part of a question. But what are the plans to continue on for the safety of the people on this stretch of highway? Can you point to anything or give some insight for the next year for the budget of what they're doing? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, and thank you to the member for the question. So there has been investment since 2008, significant, I believe, around 171 million, Highway 2 and Highway 97, and there's no additional 4-lane or passing lanes in the budget at this point in time. But the member raised some concerns around safety for his constituents traveling between the two cities. And we've, of course, had a year we've just come through of really strange and interrupted traffic patterns during the COVID pandemic. And we expect here and in other parts of the province that traffic volumes are going to come back up. And it's been quite a while since there's been a proper safety study on this highway. And maybe if I can commit to the member today that as we come back and keep moving through the safe restart of our province, that a safety study may be of value, and one that would include visual information for motorists. So speeding is one of the contributors, is my understanding, on the fatalities, even on the straight stretches where visibility is fairly good. But you know, this could be something where we could bring a degree of enforcement and examination of why this this highway is having some safety concerns that the member has raised today. And it also may give us an opportunity, and should be scoped to include an examination of the improvements we have made. Are they working? Have they contributed to safety? And what recommendations may flow out of that to do additional work?
Recognizing the member from Vancouver-Langara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a follow-on question, actually two, just to in reference to the Taylor Bridge replacement. In response to the member from Peace River South, the minister noted the recent inspection, including with the snooper truck. Wanted to ask the minister, in terms of his reference to the escalating maintenance costs, first, what is the ministry's estimation of those maintenance costs on an annual basis? And secondly, we recognize, and I appreciate that the minister said that the outcome of the study was that the condition of the bridge continues to be safe. And we know that, of course, as the members from Peace River North and South recognize, that the urgency rating has been 4 out of 5 for the actual bridge. The steel grid deck, the localized corrosion issues, including with the catwalk deterioration of the bridge itself. Is there any updated assessment by the ministry in view of that inspection, most recently, as to the timeline for the need to replace the bridge in terms of its longevity?
Minister.
Thank you, and thank you to the member for the question. It's not perhaps the escalating maintenance costs that will inform the case between rehabilitation of the bridge or full replacement. It's $1 million a year, as I mentioned in response to an earlier question. It is escalating a bit every year. It's more the amount of interruption required to perform the maintenance. So there's about 100 occasions per year where single alternating traffic is required while welding crews get on to fix the decking. That is done in consideration of scheduling around the least disruptive time. So it's typically night welding that occurs. So it's not necessarily an escalation of maintenance costs that I think is what is, that will add value perhaps when we get to a business case on rehab versus replacement. But there is an inconvenience factor there, to be sure.
Member.
And just thank you to the minister for that response. Just the second part of my question was relating to whether there's a further assessment in terms of timeline, longevity of the bridge itself.
Minister.
Yeah, and I meant to add that. So the snooper truck analysis isn't available yet, but it did spend a week there. It looked at on the bridge. It kind of identifies where the welding priority areas need to be, so it informs maintenance as well as looks at lifespan remaining on the asset. And as I mentioned to the member for Peace River North, so we have begun engineering work. We're consulting the public as well as stakeholder groups. We've began talking to First Nations about a potential project, and that opportunity for public input as well as continuing to work with local government will begin this summer, so fairly quickly. We'll keep the member apprised of that so that he can let his constituents know of that input opportunity, and it will run through the fall.
Sure.
Well, I only just ask, Madam Chair, if the minister, as a follow-up to both the members for Peace River South and North, could share any further information that the ministry is able to in terms of that further inspection report on the terms of the state of the bridge. I think that would be very well received by those members and myself as well. I just want to now turn this over to the member from Delta South. He has a particular document that he'd like to share with the minister, and I just table that through you, relating to the Highway 17 and 52nd Street pedestrian overpass.
Recognizing the member from Delta South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you to the minister, and thank you to my colleague from Vancouver Langara for letting me ask a few questions related to my riding. Through you to the minister, on the document that I've passed over to you, this is something I brought up for several years since the Tsawwassen First Nations Mall was built. And if you observe the photograph of the mall actually being built, and then across the side of Highway 17 is a bus stop, which now is there for shoppers and employees at the mall to be able to go across Highway 17 to catch a bus to go back to Surrey or Vancouver or Coquitlam or wherever they happen to be from. Now, Highway 17, before the mall was built, Honorable Minister, was 5 lanes in width, and it is now 9 lanes in width after the expansion and widening of Highway 17. It also used to be 35 meters in width at Highway 17 and 52nd Street, and it is now, I believe, 60 meters in width, and the document is on the back. So I don't need a verbal answer. I would like a written answer to this question. If you would, and Madam Chair, through you to the minister, would the province of BC, in conjunction and cooperation with Tsawwassen First Nations, be working alongside to develop a plan on how to best put the safety of my constituents first and construct a pedestrian overpass at Highway 17 and 52nd Street in Delta South. And of course, I need not mention the amount of traffic that attend this mall now and the amount of traffic that is racing to get to the BC Ferry Terminal. I think it's very important that we look at this width of Highway 17 and similar examples of highway widths throughout BC that are much less in width that do have pedestrian overpasses. Thank you. And a further question, Madam Chair?
Yes, member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Minister, moving on to a subject that I'm sure people will realize I'm rather passionate about, the George Massey Tunnel replacement. So, Minister, I'm not surprised to once again see that there was zero funding for this replacement project in the recent budget. I do recognize that there was notional funding and that the government has invested about $45 million in maintenance work, including upgrades to lighting in the George Massey Tunnel. My constituents have waited far too long and are demanding, of course, a replacement. Despite promising to deliver a business case and a plan by late last year, and let's step back and realize it's been almost 4 years coming up in September since the government killed the bridge plan that was already in place with money already being spent to build a new bridge. They're eagerly awaiting the minister's announcement, which was supposed to be in the early part of this new year, on a business case for replacing the George Massey Tunnel. So 2 or 3 questions here through you, Madam Chair, to the minister. When will this business case be released? How much money is being set aside for replacement costs? And most importantly, what is the province's preferred option? Is it a bridge or is it a tunnel?
Minister.
Thank you, and thank you to the member. I had a feeling he might pop up and ask this question. So there's lots there, and there's some things I just can't say, and I think you'll respect that when you have a business case and you're working with local governments and First Nations governments on some of the key findings of a very wide-ranging technical business case, and also working with our counterparts in the federal government towards a successful contribution agreement. That things like cost and preferred option, I'm just not going to go there today, because those are decisions that will be publicly announced at the appropriate time. I would, though, draw his attention that the Massey project is in the budget, it is in the service plan, it is in the transportation investment plan table. So there's some footnotes there, and it's included under the Transportation and Trade Network reliability category. So there is funding there, and indeed in the life of this service plan, significant pre-works investments are part of that budgeted area.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister. Not really what we wanted to hear. We've been waiting months upon months upon months for this business plan to come forward, and why are we still waiting? My question, and I think I have about 5 minutes left, I'll try and throw two questions together at once. First of all, has the business plan already been provided to our Delta MP, Carla Qualtrough? And if it were to be a tunnel, have all the consultations been completed with First Nations to get their approval or disapproval of whether it should be a tunnel or a bridge?
Minister.
Thank you. So, as the member I think knows, we had a task force looking at Massey Crossing. It included all the things that he would expect to be under consideration around two different types of options for the crossing. It included high-level technical information on engineering on both options. It included environmental analysis of what would either option would incur. We've had First Nations governments at the table, rights holders at the table, as well as local governments, and they've been doing that work on a confidential basis with us. We've shared information, we've shared key findings of the business case. The federal government, various departments of the federal government have a copy of the business case. We did not give it to MPs individually, but I can tell them that we have kept in touch with senior government MPs that are part of the government caucus, including the MP in his area, Ms. Qualtrough. She's been very, very helpful and very interested in assisting us, and we're very much looking forward to a positive commitment from the federal government on what we think is a key piece of economic as well as transportation infrastructure, quite frankly, given its importance to our trade networks for a replacement of a crossing that was originally built in 1959. So we're in active discussions across government with the federal government because we think that partnership is warranted. We've certainly seen other trade corridor partnerships in other provinces in the country, and we think it's an equity issue, but it's also something that's very important to the federal government too. They will reap the same dividends we will by having a better crossing solution over the decades ahead, and we look forward to a positive partnership being able to be announced, and I can promise the member that he'll be invited to any public announcements in the future. I appreciate his passion and advocacy on this. The years 2019 and 2020, though, when we did this technical review that led to the business case, were ones just to confirm where we worked very closely with Indigenous rights holders and local governments, right alongside the panel of experts that were engaged on the business case development.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One last quick question, hopefully through you to the Minister. It is my understanding that the government has commissioned a company to do consultation, a report on the safety issues of the George Massey Tunnel as it stands now, whether it can withstand a seismic event of 7.0 or possibly more. Has this report been completed? And if so, when will the results of this safety report on the George Massey Tunnel be released?
Minister.
Thank you, and thank you to the member for the question. So I think what he's referring to is that as part of the business case review, we did a condition assessment. It involved lots of things that you would do on an infrastructure asset like this, sampling, coring. That is tied up, though, in the business case, so it would be, the results of those studies will be included when we make a public release around a preferred option and a project cost estimate and all the sorts of things that were the key areas of investigation around the business case process.
Thank you. Members, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. If we can please all be back here at just 5:52 p.m., please. Call the committee back to order, recognizing the member from Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the minister, his staff, and a big thank you to my colleague from Vancouver Langara for giving me the opportunity to speak and ask a couple questions. I'm going to put this all in one package here, and then move on to my next colleague because I do understand we're pressed for time. Minister, I am hoping in the very near future. I just want to table this now that we can meet on a couple issues with my colleague from Surrey South and obviously my colleague from Vancouver Langara, specifically on interchanges on 32nd Avenue with Highway 99, 32nd Avenue with 152nd Street, and a couple interchanges on 24th Avenue. So obviously there's a lot of growth in those areas right now, and there are some significant transportation needs that I think that need to be addressed, and I'm sure your staff and obviously the Minister of State for Infrastructure are probably very well aware of. And also to the other item is just expanded transit service to some of those growth areas that we haven't seen for a number of years, and we've got a lot of young families that have moved in there, and we do need some increased transportation needs there in terms of public transit. My questions, I'll table that. I'm hoping we can schedule a briefing with the folks that I mentioned, and I will leave it to your office to follow up, and I will make myself available at any time that's convenient. My question, though, is just to follow up on my colleagues' comments regarding the Massey replacement. The previous transportation minister did comment that a future George Massey tunnel replacement project would not be compatible with rapid transit. Through you, Chair, to the minister, are these comments reflective of the minister's current position? I do understand that, we are, I hope we're progressing on this important project that I know my colleagues and I have spoke often about. But just in terms of if you're able to speak on how rapid transit would fit in with replacement, I would appreciate that.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the member for the question. So there was 3 questions in there. We'll address the request made around intersections with his colleague, the MLA for Saanich South, and I think I heard him say that he'd like to have an opportunity to meet outside the estimates process on that. So we'll set something up with him, and he can rope in his colleague, the member for Saanich South, on that, if that's sufficient at this time to commit to that. The other question was around expanded transit service, that his view on insufficient transit in the growth areas that he represents. So I don't want to punt this off, but I will just direct him to the Minister of Climate Change and Climate Action, who is the Minister responsible for TransLink, who can speak to service issues around expanded service opportunities or requests. Our ministry deals with the capital side of TransLink, building infrastructure with them, and Minister Heyman, or I'm not allowed to say the name, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, would be the appropriate place for him to go in that regard. And then finally on Massey, rapid transit was indeed an active area of consideration and analysis with the business case development. I've spoken to his colleague about how those details are confidential at this time because we are arriving at funding decisions and attempting to secure a federal partnership. So what I can say is that rapid transit was very much part of the business case analysis along with active transportation. So certainly the interest in the project from local mayors and Indigenous governments was pointing out that the existing crossing does not have pedestrian or cycling connections. So having an active transportation component was also part of that analysis.
Recognizing the member from Vancouver-Langara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to, I know the Minister knows that the colleague for the member from Surrey White Rock that he mentioned is the member from Surrey South. So I think just in terms of the organization of the briefings relating to the matters that the member from Surrey White Rock outlined, certainly would appreciate if the member from Surrey South could be included, and myself as critic. Just in terms of the question, yeah, no worries. Just in terms of the second question about rapid transit, though, or an inclusion of that, obviously the challenge for us on this side of the floor is the three ministers responsible and the integration of that, and perhaps tomorrow I'll have a little time at the end in the afternoon to address some of those integration issues between the Minister responsible for TransLink, the Minister of State for Infrastructure, and the Minister for Transportation and Infrastructure. Just in terms of how that all works together, it is just really one person pointing to the next. And I certainly had a bit of time with the Minister responsible for TransLink, and we certainly have some topics that we can come on to in terms of Broadway Subway. But certainly the question from the member from Surrey White Rock is just indicative of the multiple hats that and the divided responsibilities in dealing with the three ministers and the challenge with that for ourselves as we work through this. But just to the question, I'd like to just follow on the George Massey Tunnel replacement. To the Minister, through you, Madam Chair, with all of the evaluation of the business case that I appreciate that the Minister is referring to as received in December of 2020, it's been over 6 months now, on all the considerations at play and at stake with the stakeholders, including the Tsawwassen First Nation and the federal government and the mayors, of course. Is the timeline expected for completion of this replacement still 2035, or is it earlier or later than 2035?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so to the member, again, this is part of the business cases around timeline, scope, preferred crossing option, and budget. So those are all the sorts of details that will be announced when it is going to be made public. I would also, just to go back to the rapid transit analysis that was part of the business case, I do want to let the member for Surrey White Rock know, as well as the critic, that we worked side by side in conjunction with TransLink on their Transportation 2050. So they were very much a part of that, and Metro Vancouver. And I would also just add around, if it's confusing about which minister is responsible for which, TransLink is an independent transit authority. Of course, it works closely on its operations, but it has devolved revenues that used to be provincial, and it's been that way for since at least 1998 or 99. BC Transit remains in my ministry. It's a Crown corporation. It has always traditionally been inside the Ministry of Transportation and Investment. So it certainly does not create anything within government other than an all-of-government approach. When it comes to TransLink, we have assumed, as the member knows, 40% responsibility on capital costs for major TransLink projects, and that's an increase from where it was before we assumed government, when it was 33%. And we'll continue to work on, from my ministry, on the investment side when it comes to major projects, and we'll get to Broadway Subway at later in the estimates, but that's an example of the coordination of our ministry with TransLink and with the federal government on making significant capital investments like that.
Recognizing the member from Shuswap.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to canvass a number of questions of the minister. So thank you very much for my colleague, the member for Vancouver Langara. I'm just going to start with a couple quick questions with respect to my riding of Shuswap before I move on to a series of questions with respect to the community benefit agreements. I was speaking just recently with Chief Kupke Christian of Splatcheen First Nation in Enderby, and he has some questions with respect to the intersection of Highway 97A and Canyon Road. This is an area, an intersection that has been a significant concern to Splatcheen First Nation for going on 30 years. And just wondering if the minister might be able to provide a bit of an update on the status of any planned improvements for this specific intersection. And I know that Kupke Christian would certainly appreciate the opportunity to have an in-person meeting with the Ministry of Transportation where they can, I guess, maybe better articulate their concerns and then look towards the opportunity for some intersection upgrades in that particular area.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and to the member. On the intersection upgrades that he raised on Highway 97 at Canyon Road, so we have completed the planning work now. It was a planning not just on the intersection that he raised, but the corridor between Enderby and Armstrong. We are planning to meet with the Splatcheen very shortly. We've met with them throughout the planning process virtually as things were done. We are going to engage with them on the next phase now that the planning is completed, which is moving on to the engineering studies and the engineering considerations for the intersection and for the corridor.
Member.
Thank you very much through Madam Chair to the Minister. I certainly appreciate that. I know that'll be very welcome news to Splatcheen First Nation, and certainly would welcome the opportunity when those meetings do take place. If there'd be an opportunity for myself to participate in those meetings, I'd certainly appreciate that. The second question that I have to raise actually was brought to my attention also by Koothby Christian, but it has to do with the 5 Secwepemc bands or the Lakes Division, and this has to do with some of the previous highway expansion work that happened on 3 different phases, phases 1 through 3 of the Kicking Horse Canyon, as well as the Donaldson Bridge replacement and 4-laning project. I do appreciate that there's a number of bands, including both Splatcheen and Adams Lake, that have a significant interest in trying to have a meeting and sit down with the ministry to talk about the opportunities for reconciliation or redress with respect to those previous projects that were completed previously. Just wondering if the minister might be able to provide me some form of an update on what the status might be of any further meetings and the opportunity to have a look at further reconciliation on previously built projects by the Ministry of Transportation. And I guess, and further to that, is that would those negotiations or discussions be undertaken directly with the Ministry of Transportation, or would there be another ministry that would have responsibility for taking the lead on projects that were built previously?
Minister.
Thank you. Thank you to the member for the question. A two-parter there, I think, and the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure would be available to meet with the nations. We're a deep partner in an all-government approach on reconciliation, and have used our entire infrastructure program and worked under UNDRIP and under a commitment to reconciliation, looking for opportunities for Indigenous people, and of course consulting Indigenous right holders on all our major projects. So that's a forward-looking as well as current in this budget. In terms of past government projects that may have had an impact on First Nations where the issue is not reconciliation but redress. The member should have discussions with his constituents, the First Nations, about approaching the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation if that's something that he's a part of working with those First Nations currently.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I certainly appreciate that. And so just so I'm 100% clear, any redress with respect to reconciliation or compensation for projects that were previously completed, which would include phases 1 through 3 of the Kicking Horse Canyon and the Donaldson Bridge project, that any, I guess, further dialogue or conversations would not be with the Ministry of Transportation, but those Lakes divisions of the Secwepemc people should be directed to the Ministry of Aboriginal Relations. Is that correct?
Minister.
Thank you. And so, yes, to confirm to the member, for completed projects in the past where our ministry would have done Indigenous engagement and consultation on those projects before they were initiated, but are now completed projects, if the issue is redress, those nations should pursue those conversations with the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you to the Minister. I certainly appreciate that additional clarity. So at this juncture, I'm going to move on with respect to a series of questions, largely around some of the horizontal infrastructure projects in the province, namely 4-lane of the Trans-Canada Highway. These projects that are currently underway and some of the additional cost increases that we've seen, largely, I believe, attributable to, in part, the community benefits agreements. And so with respect to that line of questioning, that topic, can the Minister confirm by project how many kilometers of 4-laning of the Trans-Canada Highway has been completed in each of the last 4 years? And just as a further clarity on that, any of the work that was undertaken in the federal parks, those do not need to be included in this. So just looking for some information on how much 4-laning of the Trans-Canada Highway has been completed in each of the last 4 years.
Minister.
So thank you to the member for the question. So let me do some math here on kilometers completed over the past 4 years. So we've got about 28 and a half kilometers. We're on track this year. We have 6 projects now under construction currently that are part of the 4-laning to Alberta investment. In the service plan under consideration, just for the members' benefit, there's 14 kilometers of additional 4-laning promised, committed to, I should say. And just by way of a bit of commentary too, I mean, we're into some of the tougher areas of the 4-laning project to Alberta. These are much more geotechnically complex, to give the member an idea, because of the elevation and the tight constraints and the slopes and the amount of blasting. For example, on Kicking Horse Canyon Phase 4, the cost there about 120 kilometers to build construction-wise. So you're getting into rapid transit prices for per kilometer, if you will. Also in some of the lowland areas, the Chase, the Salmon Arm elements of the overall program for 4-laning. Archaeological complexity is part of the scenario. This is referred to by First Nations as the cradle of their communities, so there's significant village sites and archaeologically significant consideration that goes into those projects, and a higher cost again, about $60 million per kilometer now is the average for the entire Alberta 4-laning program. So that's gone up because we've saved the toughest parts for last, and we're also working in, as I mentioned, an area of much higher overall complexity, including the archaeological sensitivity of some of the areas that we're now doing construction work on.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I certainly appreciate that information. What I was actually looking for, and the minister, I appreciate, is kind of pressed for time, and so maybe if I could just get a couple of questions on the record, and certainly happy to take the information tomorrow if the minister might be able to provide that to us. But I was looking for the total number of kilometers of 4-laning that was completed in each of the last 4 calendar years. I'm assuming that's probably something that the ministry would actually keep track and record of. And so in addition to the total kilometers of 4-laning that was completed on the Trans-Canada Highway in each of the last 4 years, also if the minister could also identify and share with this committee the total project length of any additional kilometers that were announced. So not projects completed, but separately new projects were announced in each of the last 4 calendar years that were actually funded and actually announced. So through you, Madam Chair, to the minister, just wondering if the minister just could comment if he's able or willing to provide us that information as a follow-up tomorrow.
Minister.
Thank you, and thank you to the member for the question. So quite a bit of information there that is under request, but we have taken a number of members' questions on notice, if you will, to commit to get them comprehensive information. I think we have a good understanding of what the member is after, so we'll commit to similarly providing him a document that has the facts and the information that he's looking for.
Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I certainly appreciate that. It's my understanding that the Illes-Silhouette four-laning project, which is, I believe, about 46 kilometers east of Revelstoke, that was actually the first project that was actually tendered by the current government under the new Community Benefit Agreement program. The project, I was actually fortunate enough to announce that project back, I believe it was in the summer of 2015, with then former MP David Wilkes. When that project was initially announced, it was identified as 2.5 kilometers, along with doubling the size of the brake check. And the initial budget estimate for that project was $35 million. I appreciate that was eons ago, 6 years ago. Can the minister just confirm that that indeed it was the first CBA project identified or announced by the current government, and what the current budget is for that project, as well as what the length of four laning is associated with the Illes-Silhouette four laning project east of Revelstoke?
Minister.
Thank you. Thank you to the member for the question. So, by way of update on the Illa Silhouette 4 laning, construction is now 60% complete. The most recent up-to-date spending figure I have is at the turn of the new year, so December 31st, 2020, approximately $41 million had been spent. That spending includes all pre-construction planning and engineering, as well as the construction works. The project is on schedule and on budget, total $85 million budget. There's about $12 million that remain in contingency after the second year of construction. It is, to confirm, the first project that our government has delivered under the Community Benefits Agreement. Just to refresh him, he'll know this, but construction started in summer 2019. Over the 2 construction seasons, a total of 120 people have been employed and deployed to the worksite by BC Infrastructure. And the project, in terms of the season, construction season resumed as we anticipated. Once we confirmed what weather was looking like, it restarted in April 2021, and the project is scheduled to be completed in the late fall of 2021.
Member.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, thank you very much for that comprehensive update. I certainly appreciate that. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister indicated that there's about 120 employees that have been working on this particular project. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, does the Ministry track the equivalent FTEs that are actually created by these construction projects? And if so, is the Minister able to share with us what the FTE estimation is for the Illa Silhouette project?
Minister.
Thank you, and to the member. So this would be hard to answer. The member, Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure wouldn't track those kinds of FTEs on this project, but BCIB, working with the contractors on this project, would have some data. They would have, for example, the number of named employees that have worked on the site. They would probably have some data on length of employment with regards to those named employees. I can't be certain of that. They would have data, though, for certain on the mix of trades employed, the number of people involved in formal apprenticeship programs, those sorts of things. They may have to, and I'll direct the minister to BCIB, and which of course reports to the Ministry of Finance. They may have some data to get to, I think he's looking for a blunt number of FTEs. They may be able to come up with something that recognizes the seasonally adjusted nature of the employment on this project, given the construction cycle. But I can't be absolutely certain, but I would point him in that direction if that's information that he's interested in tracking down and having.
Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I certainly appreciate the information that the minister has provided. I did have actually a series of questions on BCIB, but as the minister has indicated, that is under the responsibility of the Minister of Finance. Through you, Madam Chair, I guess just on that same vein, through you, Madam Chair, to the minister, does BCIB provide any annualized reporting that is shared with the Ministry of Transportation? I'm just thinking out loud here, but I'm assuming that as the BCIB is increasingly involved with the provision of labor for many of these highway construction projects, I would certainly anticipate or assume that the ministry would be quite interested in the statistical data as far as some of the increased hiring for opportunities for women and for Indigenous peoples. I know that those were measures that were tracked quite rigorously by the Ministry of Transportation on previous construction projects. So just through you, Madam Chair, to the minister, is the minister, does he have access or availability, or does he track, or does the ministry track some of the information that's reported out through BCIB on these CBA projects that relate to construction projects that are undertaken by the Ministry of Transportation?
Minister.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you to the member for the question. What he should look for is BCIB, like other crowns, publishes an annual report. It will have much, if not all, of the information that I think he's seeking here today. That report is issued around the time that the province's annual public accounts are published. So that opportunity will come in about July or perhaps August this summer, so he can look for that report. So that might be useful to him. Internally, the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure does receive reporting on CBA projects administered by BCIB. On TI Corp projects, for example, we receive those reports quarterly, and on TCH projects, we receive that monthly, and it does include metrics of interest to us in terms of Indigenous workforce participation, other equity-seeking groups, women on site, hours worked is tracked by BCIB, apprentices and workers. So we do obviously get fairly regularly reporting from BCIB, and the public-facing report that they issue comes out annually, and you can look forward to it in July and August. And
Noting the hour, Mr.
noting the hour, Madam Chair, I move that the committee rise and report progress and ask leave to sit again.
Thank you, members. Vote is about to take place, and those participating remotely should prepare their voting cards. Members, the question is that the committee rise, report progress, and seek leave to sit again. Those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those opposed indicate nay. Motion's carried. Thank you, members. The committee now stands adjourned.